Waiting. It's like they're waiting forever, trying to get their numbers up. Well, let's listen to some music while we're waiting till they start.
Hey, thanks for the like, baby. Yeah.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and So it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say. And but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. So it's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation. So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in there and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the President of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the President of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring.
Thanks for the line, baby.
What was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest.
Pleasant.
I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was.
Is there a right angle?
I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody, you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down, so I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle, so that was the miracle. That was, for those people who don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to... I'm a believer. Now I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle. And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now.
it's a sign. Maybe that's a sign.
It's an immigration sign.
There's a million people in this space listening right now.
At that moment,
1 million people.
Both Mr. Here, but Mr. Your head.
Well, the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who, a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "That's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I don't mind at all." And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife, and she said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back," which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great, and we raised a lot of money for them and for two other gentlemen who are unbelievable people. Also, they were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them equally. And we thought, my first question was, because I heard bullets flying over me, I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous, thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But
I'm going to say 100%. Being downrange, looking down line of sight, and having to take a person out, it's not the easiest thing in the world. What they're saying is pretty true if you were the one that took the shot.
Right. I mean that's clearly he was very confident in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people, because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him. And there was one woman with a red shirt and Trump all over it. And she's screaming, "That guy's got a gun." You saw it probably. There's a guy up there with a gun.
I mean, it's like, I guess, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering, how the heck are, basically people wondering by pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun. And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot. but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun, and he fell down. Actually, very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun, and the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crash control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see. And it's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So, it's sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede. Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that tremendous courage. There was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered, and I think that, like,
looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot.
All right, that's better.
It's like if you were to pick, like, what is the favorite? So if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building.
Much better.
You're right.
That building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no, that would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really.
I just moved it from one computer to the next.
Hold on any longer.
It went from the game PC now to the stream PC.
Above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head, and when he fell down again, hurt his ankle very badly. But he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast, and maybe that's why.
I'm glad you came in and said something.
Well, he sort of missed. I mean,
Thanks for the like, baby.
Yeah, but as you say, he would have hit.
Could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, there was it was a very near thing.
It was a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head, I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly,
I would not.
Yeah,
I would not be talking.
Maybe talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake if somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been pretty
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something, right?" And
yeah,
that happens
yeah,
often. And this
How are
would have
you
been a
doing?
perfect time for that to have happened, but it
yeah.
didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
What'd you do today?
Well, it was your. I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I found admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action, and so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there, and
Well,
yeah. So
thank you very
yeah,
much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't
I'm
like the
good.
stretcher, and I knew I
Tomorrow's
was
first day
hit
of
in the
school
ear,
for the
but I knew I
kids.
wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else
yeah,
because it was such
They're with their
a lot of
mom
blood,
now. I dropped them
and
off
they
at
were sure
6.
that I was hit someplace else, and they were saying, "Sir, you were hit in more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think, and I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them
yeah,
know that, and they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I
yeah,
got up because they didn't know,
There's a
was
million
I
people listening
alive?
to this.
You really couldn't tell when I stood up before the hand, before the fist in the air. Uh, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And
Yep.
when I put the
Last day of
fist up, they
freedom
were
today. Back
they
to
were just
school.
relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty
yeah.
amazing. It was a
Well,
terrible thing, but it
it
was
was
really amazing.
incredibly moving. Yeah. Um, well, and I mean, speaking of the, the sort of slide that got you to turn that saved your life really was the illegal immigration
Right,
slide. Maybe this
that's right.
maybe this is worth talking about that
It
since
was it was.
that slide
You're
saved your
right.
life
No,
basically.
the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it was. I
I
had to
know
be at
that's
that
the.
exact angle.
I mean that's a great one. Saved by illegal
You know
immigration.
the incredible
100%.
thing though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the
Yeah.
incredible thing is that the chart I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here
Yeah.
we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and
Yeah. Yeah.
that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would
Yeah.
have been a very different story. It's very much, I I say, an act of God.
Yo,
It's
what's
a
good?
miracle that it happened, and I'm
Sure.
honored by it. I'm
Hey,
honored
what's up,
by it.
Tyler? What's good,
Well,
man? How you doing?
what
Listening to the president, or
what were you
you know,
about to say
the
about illegal
soon-to-be
immigration
president of the
before you
United
were rudely
States, Donald
interrupted?
Trump and
Well, I
Elon
was
Musk, the
going to say
richest
how good
man
the
in the
numbers
United
were. By the way,
States.
we're going back to
I
Butler,
mean, I mean,
and we're going to go
Great.
back in
see
October,
how
and
they're.
we're
I
all
mean, so far
set up, and
all they've talked
the
about is
people are
assassination
fantastic in Butler.
to Donald
It's
Trump.
a great area. Great. These are incredible people.
I'm
Like the
good.
three that, in the case of
Sweet.
Corey,
I'm glad
killed,
you're
and the
doing
other
good.
two, the
After this, we'll
families
play some
are. I got
games.
to know them a little bit, and
You know,
the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you
prior
were
to
saying,
being
exactly.
so
So,
horribly interrupted.
yeah,
But
yeah. So rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so it was.
attempt.
But no, but the chart,
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping, it was at the lowest. You've seen the chart.
Support
It's become
Trump.
quite a famous
Yeah,
chart,
yeah.
but that was the lowest
Yeah.
point
Yeah, you don't want to
ever
support the
recorded.
chameleon
It was a really
copycat
I mean, I was very proud of those
Harris.
numbers. And then you see what happened
There's
with these
1.1
people,
million people listening to
Kamala
this right
and
now.
Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies.
That's
I had
on
all these
X.
different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They says the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if many people come in there, they have
Thanks for the
contagious
like, baby.
diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting
Yeah.
literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes,
Sure.
and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I
Now
can
we
tell
just
you that,
open the
but-
floodgates.
But they were
Allow
fantastic
anybody in
numbers.
here.
But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was
There's
was
laws
very
in place for a
important.
reason.
very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration and especially
And human
unvetted
trafficking?
illegal immigration, because that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an
Human
illegal immigrant
trafficking
is bad.
from the
In fact,
border currently happening
I think
right now.
most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look,
Legally with a visa.
Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's
Yeah.
saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only
Back in
tax on tips,
2022,
but they
Kamala
hired
was the
88,000
deciding vote
IRS
in
agents,
the House,
and
and
many of them
she
were assigned to
signed
go
it
get
and said, "No,
waitresses
we're
and
going to tax them."
caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible, and I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12
Yeah.
million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country,
Yeah.
many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is
Yeah.
insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia,
Yeah.
they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly
Same
and
things happening in the
horribly
UK.
bombing Israel.
Same things
October
happening in the
7th.
Netherlands.
They're coming from all
Same
over
things
the world.
happening in
And you look at
Germany.
it's so sad.
It's happening
October
all
7th, 'cause
over
it should have never happened.
the world.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at
It's
Ukraine.
not just
It should
America.
have never happened.
But
We
why?
have a defective
What is world
government.
leaders
These are
trying to do?
defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years, and by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something, because he's not too good.
Yeah. No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border. And
And secure
Uh,
elections, too.
you know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our essential services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities, and as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well. And I, speaking
Yeah,
as
a
someone who
socialist,
is a legal
communist,
immigrant,
a socialist and
and
communist country.
I think that
They want us to
I
be
mean, like one
basically
way to think of it is, who do you
slaves
want on your team?
to the country.
Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are
I mean,
gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are
And thanks for the like,
actually
baby.
good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are
I've met a
not.
ton
And
of illegal
and you
immigrants
just
that
have this
work
sort of
great,
adverse selection
that do
process
good
where,
work.
and
They want to
if
contribute
somebody's,
to the United States, but they can't
if somebody's
apply
like,
for visas because they didn't come here
you know,
legally.
uh, has a career in theft or robbery,
And so
I
they
don't
are
understand
afraid.
what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. Um, I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's
It's
insane.
it's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it, but uh, you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
Yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did.
Yeah,
That
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
yeah,
It was a much smaller
yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is
I am
crime
in New
that's going to
Zealand,
be.
Yeah.
but
And I saw
America
it
is
today in New
better, I
York where
have been
somebody was
told.
knifed with a
My son wants to
raped
go
the
to New
girlfriend of a
Zealand and
man that
visit.
stood there watching in
He
New
says he
York in
wants
one
to
of the
live there
shelters
when he grows up.
and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this
Is it a
is
good place
happening
to
every
live?
day. These are rough people.
Good place to
These are
visit?
people that are in
I need
jail
to
for
know.
Yeah.
murder and all
I
sorts of
need to know.
things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people, and it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because now she's trying to say she
Sure.
had nothing to do with it, and she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is.
She
She
has
went
not
in and
once
out,
been to the
I guess,
border.
because she was getting a lot
She
of
might
press,
Yeah.
during
but
Yeah.
this
had
campaign
nothing
to
to
act
do
like
with the
she's
problem
been to the
because.
border.
But she was the
Well,
border
She's
czar,
never been.
and people
yeah. Yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now
New
she's trying to
Zealand
say
can be a
that
rough country to live
she
in.
wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible.
I've heard that.
She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down; he
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
Whether it's whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see,
Almost
hey,
like, I don't know,
is this
70 to
made up or
80% of the
real? And
countries
I'm
across
just
the
seeing
world
people
has
stream
closed
across the
borders.
border, And
This
and I
isn't a
have to
new
say,
thing.
at least the people that I
Oh,
saw did
I've
not look
crossed
friendly.
borders in
In
other
some
countries.
places,
You know,
if you go
so
down the wrong
people
street,
can
you
look
better
at my
have a
video and
knife
say, hey,
or something to
these
defend
people look
yourself.
friendly. I don't look super friendly.
Oh, so there's
These
a
are
lot of
people that
crime and
Elon would
muggings.
not be the same man if he had
You
to
gotta
walk
know where to
across the
go
street and look these people
and
in the eye. These
be
are
like
rough people.
living
These are
in
really
certain
rough people
cities in
coming
America.
across. And I
You
know
gotta
rough
know where to
people.
go and
And
the
these are
proper
people
places
that
to
we
be.
don't want in our country. And you know, the
I feel you on
caravans are
on
coming
that.
in and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing
Yeah.
it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive
Yep.
people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them, but these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not
Yeah, yeah.
workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are
Yeah.
really brutal people. And they're coming into our country
Yeah.
at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years,
Yeah, no,
we have 20 million people
I
poured
think
in.
is
It's a terrible
Yeah, I
thing.
think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country
You don't
left
have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people
You gotta
from
watch
all
this
over the
video.
So we're all just going to ignore the fact that Kamala
Watch this
Harris
video.
is the reason now why Kamala Harris has to go up on the podium and copy Donald Trump saying, so we're going to have no tax on tips. No tax.
No, that's not the right
on-"
video. Where's it at? Here, let's play this. Play
Went
this.
down there, I was like, well, where are people
Well, I'm
from?
looking.
It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No,
To be
There it
clear.
is.
Mexico less.
It's just
This
it's
is
just,
it.
less
it's just
than
the
the
border.
This is the
it's
one.
just the-
This is the one I wanted you to watch. Watch this video.
Hi, my name's Sally Hartman. I'm a volunteer with the Center for Worker Justice. I want to know, when you become president, would you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one.
2019, closing detention centers. She doesn't care about the border. She wants to close it down.
Wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon,
She wants
what's
to close
happened
it.
is unbelievable. You have from Africa.
She just wants to get rid
from
of the
Congo,
border
they're
period
coming,
and leave
from
it
the
wide
Congo,
open for
and
people to come.
22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they're dropped. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back, but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
just
They're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So
Well, Elon, we're going to have, just
yeah.
to finish this up, we're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country, what they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50%.
I mean, just think about the cost of trying to
put into the United
do what
States.
he's just
Same
said.
with other countries.
Sure.
Some are 30%,
Like,
some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom
don't
line
know,
is they're
man.
all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100%?
We've already
Yeah.
spent
And
millions
they're doing
and
it right
almost
now while
billions
this
of dollars
third-rate
just on
phony
this one
candidate-
topic, and you want to
Don't
spend more
forget,
money
I beat
just to get them
Biden. He failed in
They
the
don't
debate
belong here. They need
miserably.
to go.
And some
If
people
they're
say,
on a
"Oh, gee,
terror
it's too
watch
bad.
list,
It's
they
too bad
definitely
he
need to
did so
go.
badly," or "I did well in the debate."
You know what I
The
mean?
first night they said, "Wow." One of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance
If they're in our
I've ever
prisons,
witnessed. And then
get
2
them
days
out.
later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this: we cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a
It's
different. Look,
yeah.
she hasn't done an
I mean,
interview since this
yeah.
whole scam started.
Well,
And say what you want. This
yeah.
was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want
She
to
was
leave, and
never
they said
once
we can do it the
voted in
nice
by
way,
any
or we can do it the
No.
hard way.
Yeah. No,
voter in
they just took
America.
him out back behind the shed and
They just planted her.
What they did with this guy,
So
and I'm no
yeah.
fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
And we wouldn't have had
yeah.
Afghanistan. But we think of
Well,
it,
yeah.
you take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have
No, you're
inflation
yeah.
was caused by oil.
Yeah, no. I think you make an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are, are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do, and do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would they rightfully be. I mean, look at that the footage of the assassination. They're like, okay, uh, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That's that if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have
We
to fight
need
your way out of it for a long time. But
term
I know
limits
Putin very well. I
in
got
the
along
Senate.
with him very well. He
There needs to be
respected
term
me, and
limits in
it's
the
just one of
Senate,
those
the
things. And
Congress. There
we
needs to
would
be
talk a
term
lot
limits.
about Ukraine. It was
Should
the
be
apple of his
lifers.
eye. But I said, don't
No
ever
reason
do it.
for you to
Don't
be
ever do
in
it.
politics
I
for
shut
50
down Nord
plus
Stream 2.
years.
That was the big oil pipeline, the
So
biggest,
all you're
I think, the
doing
biggest
is
pipeline
creating
in
a
the world
monster.
going all over Europe. I
when
shut it
when
down.
that's allowed.
Biden came, and then they say,
Yeah.
I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No, he actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to
Yeah.
fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Right?
sense. It's like, it's inconsistent. Certainly but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners, the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
And
them.
that puts it puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know
Yeah.
Putin. I know President Xi. I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart. They're vicious, and they're going to protect their country. Whether they love their country, they probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these
Yeah.
are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even
Yeah.
believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. You know, when I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll
Yeah.
pass.
Yeah.
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no money,
Yeah.
and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. You know, getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with
Yeah.
Kim Jong Un when I met with President Obama just before entering. You know, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, "What's the biggest problem?" He said, "North Korea." I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and all the different things,
Yeah.
but all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they
Those
were
were
no,
like
they were epic
absolutely.
everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little
Yeah.
Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him and they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met,
Yeah.
as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were
Yeah.
in no danger.
Yeah.
But President Obama,
It's
President
because
Obama thought
they
we were going
respond.
to end up in a
Yeah.
war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's
Yeah.
got a
It's
lot
not
of
true.
nuclear stuff too. He's
Exactly.
got plenty of nuclear.
It's
He can do plenty of damage.
it's
So
yes. I mean, it's because I mean, people like Kim Jong Un, they respond to
yeah,
strength, not weakness.
well,
And
he and I got it.
if you
He and I
project
had a good
strength, they
relationship.
you're good.
Remember, I
Yeah.
remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
Let's
That
bring
was
up
cool.
Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. You know, I always
Yeah.
say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries
Well,
now that
yeah.
have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. You know, Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said
he
things
loves Biden.
that were so stupid that that war would have been, that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And you know, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's you don't hear the true
500,000
story.
people.
But if you think about it, Russia's gone. You know, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. You know, they've been around a long time. They're a big
That's
fighting
like
force.
more
And
than
it's
the
very
Iraq
unfair. And Ukraine now
Afghanistan war to
doesn't
combine.
have enough men. They're
No, I
now
have to look
using
that
young
up.
men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that, and a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it. It made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I
Yeah.
said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you,
Yeah.
it can lead to World
1980
War III.
to
That can lead to World War III. The
2022.
Middle East can lead to. We have
Nearly
numerous
only
places that could end up in
61,000
World War III right
U.S.
now
military
for
has
no
died.
reason
No,
whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate
And
the risk of World War III, and it's just you know,
the
when
Ukraine war,
looking at the risk of
a quarter.
global
He
thermonuclear
said
warfare, it's game over
he said
for
a quarter of a
humanity.
million people.
And you know, it's something that people
Life
have,
lost.
I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things
And
we're going to do is
it's
we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. You know, Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have
Just
we're going to have
from
protection,
February 22,
because it just takes one
2024,
maniac to
in
start
Ukraine,
something. We're going to have protection.
30,457
Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome?
civilians
Israel
were
has
killed
one.
or wounded.
Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But,
587
Israel has
were
it. We're going to
children.
have an Iron Dome. But you know, with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with
that's
all
horrible.
of that being said, the elections
And that's
coming
what
up,
we're
and if
funding.
people want to hear about the economy.
We're
and the
funding
fact that they can't buy
genocide
groceries
in
because
Ukraine.
they don't have enough money to buy groceries.
We're
The
funding
inflation has
genocide
killed them. Food
in
prices
Gaza,
are up 50, 60, even 100% in some
Israel.
places. And this stupid administration
Why?
allowed this to happen, and it's
Why?
a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot, and we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No,
you.
they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes, absolutely.
But the big thing now is
Yeah, they're all
Elon and
staged.
Elon.
Yeah.
And as much as
Yeah.
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using
Yeah.
all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening, and we'll end that
Well, I think
quickly.
a lot of yeah, a lot of people just don't understand where
I don't
inflation
know how
comes
you can
from.
bounce back.
Inflation comes from government
Oh,
overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services,
That's right.
that's inflation.
hmm
So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending,
yes,
and we need to
1,000,000
reexamine. I think
percent.
we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not
Right.
sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're
Yes, we
currently
need to get
adding,
back to
I think, $1 trillion
to
to the
just literally
deficit
focusing on America.
every
We're not
roughly
the
every 100
policemen of
days.
the world.
And
We need to
the
stop being that.
interest payments on the national debt have now exceed the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion,
It's interest.
and it keeps
Yeah, I
growing.
rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our
Yeah, now
military,
it's
did a
in
great job
shambles.
on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then by the way, we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers
Yeah,
Yeah.
of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we
lost
gave them.
equipment.
That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to
And we
the
left people there
economy. We have to
to
bring
die.
energy
Yeah.
prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you.
Thank
That
you.
doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the
Thank you.
gasoline, Elon, is the cost
His
of energy.
cars,
Not
not
only
his truck.
gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has
Sure.
to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to
Yeah.
drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into
Yeah,
office,
they went back to drilling this year.
this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say
Yeah.
that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're
Sure.
going to need a lot of
Well, I mean,
electricity. You're going to need tremendous
yeah.
electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government
Yes.
spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just
Is it me or
tries to
does
make the
Elon
spending
sounds like
sensible
he
and so
wants
the
to run
country
for
lives within
president?
its means, just like a
The
person does?
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general said, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was
Yeah.
$5.7 billion for two planes. Now
Wow.
they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items.
Multiply it by
Yeah,
a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and yeah.
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, if so, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if
it.
it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say,
I'm
"You
telling you,
want to
man,
quit?"
Elon's
They
looking
go
at
on
doing
strike.
some
I won't
politician
mention the name
stuff.
of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone." So every one of you is
Elon,
gone,
I'll
and
be
you
your
are the
vice
greatest. You would
president,
be
bro.
very good.
Let's
Oh,
go.
you would love it. But if you look
Elon,
at Argentina,
Well, I'd be happy to
2028.
help
by the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you
Plus
and I
2028.
chat. We'll call it a chat. But
Hashtag plus 2028.
congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's
he's
awesome.
he's great. And
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like
Yes, exactly.
2,000%. They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. We have, I think we
Yeah.
have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They
Yeah.
don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just like so many
There's set
departments you
money
can't
that
even
you
name
have
them
to
all.
spend every single
And
year
what
to
Malay
get
is
back that
doing
same money.
is
And I
that
am
he's
agreeing with
cutting
this.
government
There's so
spending.
much
He's
fraud, waste, and
simplifying things.
abuse
He's
that's in the federal
having
government. It's
putting in regulations that
insane.
make sense, and we're Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement
That's
in
right.
prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that um, Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. Um,
Right.
in the in the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the
Mm-hmm.
top 40. We're ranked number
Mm-hmm.
40, number 38.
They're
Uh,
pushing LGBTQ more
Norway,
than they are education.
Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7, but we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40.
COVID hit and they
In
put
other words, horrible.
computers in
And yet we
classrooms.
spend more per pupil
Every
than any
student
other
has a
country in the world.
computer.
So we spend more. And
Why?
what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where
Yeah.
where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the
Yeah.
50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15
Yeah.
of them, or 20 of them will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. Uh, you can name them. I mean, just they're so good. Some of
Yeah.
these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well run,
Sure.
and maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of the land or the sun, and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But,
Yeah.
but if you think
Well,
about it,
yeah.
you'll have some
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than
Yeah.
half what it is in Washington. And
Yeah.
these people don't care
Well,
about the
yeah.
students in these, faraway states. And it'd
Well,
be unbelievable.
yeah. I think you're making a good point in that
Well,
if
there needs to be some type
the
of
states have
reform
to
in
have to
education.
if each state has to compete against
Standardized
other
testing,
states,
and they're forcing
then
students
people will
to
That's
naturally
right.
move
literally
to
learn the
states
test
where
to
it's
be
better.
good
Well, like
for the
California,
state
as
numbers,
we said,
so they can
it's
get
a
federal
badly run
funding.
state. I could go through. I
The
got so many
terrible,
friends that
terrible
are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to
monetization
mention
of
certain states, but Illinois is
education.
badly run with
When do we
Pritzker.
monetize
He's a
education?
real loser. But
Yeah.
but
You know what I
some
mean?
of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that
Yeah.
the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little
Yeah. Yeah.
monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a
Yeah.
little English, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right?
No, but I mean, to what some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul
It's
sales.
actually
It's just
amazing.
people moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? Uh, I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I
Yeah.
mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses and their taxes are already really high? The taxes are among the highest
Yeah.
taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's
Well,
not a good
I think there's.
situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal
Right,
government.
right. Well,
That's
you're
the
gonna
only thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them to change.
You remember the
Yeah.
area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very
Yeah.
nasty for
Yeah.
a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well, the
deal.
people that got hurt
Um,
worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. You know, when I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years
Sure.
ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, you know, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at
Yeah.
it's
It's
sticker
I
shock.
think
They
it
call it
yeah.
sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living
Right.
standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation. Like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had
That's right.
anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if it was
Elon, we
those two things, yeah, those are the big
yeah,
deals.
we set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for every one we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did
Yeah,
radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. You know, we had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, you know, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But if had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But
yeah,
had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle income people, not only businesses. But we did it for
sure,
businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, you know, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, you know, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. You know, we got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, you know, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, you know, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for, you know, almost 3 years. We had the
yeah,
great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that uh, African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and
sure.
we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I should probably say something about, like, maybe my views on, climate change
Yeah.
and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry. And I the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other
Sure.
countries, and it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there for. It's not infinite. Um, and there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to like stop farmers from farming, or you know uh, prevent people from having steaks or
Right.
basic stuff
Right.
like that. Like you can
Well,
leave the
that's what they
farmers
want to
alone.
do.
I agree.
In
How
my
They want to
crazy
opinion.
is
put
that where
I mean,
you have
chips
farmers
in
that are
all the
not allowed to
livestock so they can
farm
trap them.
anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is
yeah,
a
that's
little
silly.
crazy, but it's largely taken its lead from us. I just say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car. Fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah,
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove to get rid of it. He ended
yeah.
it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure,
Yeah.
really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that
Yeah.
during that
I mean,
time,
my
something will
estimate.
come around that will be
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and my estimate would be, a little more uh, aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. Um, but I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. Uh, I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from two or
Right.
three to say five, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2.
Hmm.
Um, and and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live in. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think I think we want to just move over, and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, yeah, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. Um, so it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done, um, without but people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline
Sure.
cars, and it's okay. It's like, it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. And I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I made this sexy joke: Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, so, but I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an inspiring future, and
Yeah.
let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing
Right.
people.
I'm okay.
You know.
It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first, but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good,
Yeah.
at least in certain areas of the country where you have the world
Sure.
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us
They're
are
doing some
number
great things in China
one,
right now,
and I
like
mean we're sort of tied. And China is
crazy
far
cool
behind,
things.
but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even
Yeah.
surpassing. But to me, the biggest
Yeah.
problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk
Yeah. Yeah.
about
Nuclear power is underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War
Yeah.
III,
Oh,
I will. But the
okay.
truth is that you have to because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is
Yeah.
a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is
Absolutely, you're
underrated,
right.
and it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear
We have nuclear plants
nuclear
in
electricity
Texas.
generation,
Powers half of
but it's
Texas.
actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. Um, and if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean,
Mr.
not for
Wonderful is going to
coal
invest
mining, but
in
just
nuclear
any kind of
power.
mining
Right.
operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
Maybe they'll have
sort
to
of
change the
have it,
name. The name is just, it's a rough name. There are some areas
yeah, it's a rough
like when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad
right.
branding. The
We'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know, no, it has. Hey, it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened in
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You know, you realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're
Well, no,
right
no,
about it. It's amazing.
it's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. Um, and I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
Yeah, but you haven't
because the
been
danger
feeling
is
so
just
well lately, and I'm worried about it.
no, but I mean,
I'm
it's just
only kidding.
it's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well, that's
clearly
great.
not
That's great.
something that
That's
um,
great.
so it's not as scary as people think, basically. But
Yeah.
um, let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Oh, like lawfare. I think
Well,
we need to be concerned about.
what they've done to this country.
Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we just won the big
I mean,
case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local
I mean,
attorney
why is he?
generals, like Fani,
It's like
Fani,
every state.
spelled
yeah,
Fani, Fani, and it's
yeah,
all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, the one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before,
sure,
and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare.
yeah,
It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never
yeah,
happened. And the
Not the
incredible
clothing
thing is
line.
it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens? What
yeah,
happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does
yeah,
he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah. Thanks for the
ridiculous.
follow, man.
I
Appreciate
mean,
it.
and he's been doing
right,
that
right,
for a long time.
Appreciate
He
it,
can't
man.
lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't
yeah.
lift it. The whole thing is
Well,
crazy.
he's clearly not, I mean, he's clearly like we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously the
president, and
case.
she's going to be worse than him
Um,
because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San
You got a
Francisco. She
4.5
was the
KD.
original Attorney
Let's
General in
go.
California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our
yeah,
country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than
well,
Trump.
yeah.
I want a wall. I
I
want,
think that's
she
yeah,
wants to release all the
yeah,
prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She
Yeah.
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add
Yeah.
200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant I said, "Wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders." She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah. This is simply not
Yeah,
true. This is simply not
no, and
true.
everybody
Yeah.
knows
It's
it's
simply not
not true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she can
Yeah.
say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far
Worse
left.
than Bernie
Um,
Sanders. She is considered
yeah,
more liberal by far than
Hey,
Bernie
thanks for the
Sanders.
follow. Appreciate it.
She's a radical left lunatic. And if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a
Chris
country
AM
anymore.
45. Thanks
And
for the
she'll go
follow.
back
Let's
to
go.
all of
yeah,
the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You don't. Now all of a
yeah,
sudden she's saying, "No, I will. I really want to see fracking." If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, uh, they won't vote for her. You know, like like the
yeah,
Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard
yeah,
thing to do. Unification.
yeah. No, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think
Um,
it's highly
that's
disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use a term that's
yeah,
appropriate, swamped. But they
yeah.
swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles,
Sure.
they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole
Yeah,
place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you,
yeah,
she'll be worse than him because she's a believer
yeah. No,
I
in
agree
I
being
think
with
you're
that.
right.
radical left, and he
100%.
wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last like month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well,
Um, so I
her
think that,
running mate approved,
Tampon
signed
Tim.
into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms.
Tampon
Okay,
Tim.
now
yeah,
that's
yeah,
all
that's
I have
weird.
to hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means
I told
she
my
believes
daughter
in that
that. My
too. I
daughter's
mean,
11, and she's like,
Yeah, that's
she
not
picked
okay.
this
the
guy
heck?
because he was the closest to her.
Yeah,
A
my
lot of
daughter's
people thought
11.
she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. Um, and uh, and I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean that's I'm just stating my opinion. Um, Now you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission like saying to not have disinformation on the during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other
Mm-hmm.
countries. And um, what do you think about
TikTok
that?
is a democratic
Well, I
program
know
now.
the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect
We're
them.
a republic,
And
United
yes,
States. We're
if
not a
you
democracy.
build a car in the United States,
They
you
want us to
can't
be a
sell it in Europe.
democracy.
You just can't sell it.
What is a
It's
democracy?
impossible.
Look it up.
The same thing with our
You won't
farmers.
like
Our
it.
farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in,
Yeah.
and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70 something million. I think even less than that, billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But
Yeah.
they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you
Yeah.
got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in, and
Yeah. I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
and then we get
Even though,
taken advantage of on trade. So think about
yeah,
it.
well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, when you talk about
So
cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to
You
have a
need
problem with
term
them.
limits in the House, in the Senate, in the Congress. We
Now
need
they've
term
taken
limits in the
advantage of us
Congress.
incredibly, but you're
There's
going to
no
do
reason to
things with the
be
right
a
person.
career politician.
yeah, well, I think it's obvious that
So
you're
2 terms.
a believer and an advocate
That's it.
of free speech, because during
So every 2
your
terms,
first
that's
term as
it.
president, you were attacked relentlessly.
Go to the next
every
level
day,
if you
often
want.
very unfairly with with
You know?
false attacks. And
The reason for
you
career
didn't try to shut down
politicians,
the media. You didn't try to
all they have done is destroyed
inhibit their freedom
our
of speech. And I think
United
that says a
States,
lot.
our
Well, the
economy,
good thing is that you and I
our
have,
farmers,
and some people, very
everything.
few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's
They're
hard
getting
because they don't
paid
want
by
to
the
print it.
middleman. Hey, I want you to
Like
push
we're
this
having a great
agenda.
conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not
No.
smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation.
You keep saying that.
And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but
Yeah.
no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you can
I'm
actually
able
have a
to get it out
conversation.
without, because I get
I think
treated
this
unfairly
is
by
a
the
really
press.
big point. You can actually have a conversation with you,
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
and you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like not it's not possible.
That's
But they're
Um,
young.
so
She's young.
this is like talking to an
She's bringing back
NPC.
no.
joy.
It's just
Well,
impossible.
but think of it. We
Joy.
need a man
We need the
or
joy.
person who's
Because that's their word.
unbelievably sharp
Just
in
focus
order
on a
to stop
word.
all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about.
It's the word
And
of
I
the
got
month.
along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner. We had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with
It's
him
what they were
really well.
taught
By
in
the way,
school, you know.
he's the absolute
The word of
boss
the
over
week
there. A lot of
is
people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let me
sure.
tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss, but we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if
Yeah.
it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now,
Yeah.
Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is, the whole
Yeah.
concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I
It
saw a
would.
picture of her
Yeah. Yeah.
on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing, and
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
she looked very much like our great first lady, Melania. She looked, she looked, didn't look,
Yeah.
she didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the
It's
future is
true.
going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach
Right.
new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future. Um,
They want the
and I
American
think
dream
this,
back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. You know, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was
yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We
right.
could build high speed
Yep.
connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. Um, it's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
That's right.
We already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw
And
what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
yeah,
You
and
don't
that's
even need much structure. Assuming you're in the right areas.
no, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if it with deregulation with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something
I
that's
mean,
cooler
that's
than
what America's
anyone else in
lacking
the
is
world."
the
That's the
innovation,
kind of thing that makes you
the
proud to be an
And
American.
much
technology.
safer than surface
Like we're so far
trains, where there is
behind
a danger there. With
than
people, with
most
crazy people.
countries
It's much safer, much
on
better. And it's
technology
sad because
advancement.
I've seen some of the greatest
It's
trains.
insane.
I find it fascinating, and I've seen the
But we keep
systems and how
spending
they
money
work, and the bullet trains they
on
call them, I
overseas
guess.
projects, on
And
overseas
Yeah.
they
wars.
go unbelievably
For
fast,
what?
unbelievably comfortable, with no
The
problems. And
natural
we don't have
resources in
anything like
Ukraine,
that in this country, not
that's
even
worth
close.
what? What did they
And
say?
Yeah.
it
$11
doesn't make
trillion
sense that we
that
don't.
they want.
Doesn't make
America
sense.
wants their
Yeah, and
money back
I think
off of
also
that
like
resource. That's why they're funding it.
kind of hopping on the
Hmm.
excess regulation, but
Hmm.
I think something that
Come on now.
like I think people can generally understand is that
Everything's
what
all
happens with
about
rules and
money.
regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like, I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for
Yeah.
improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's
Yeah.
lives. And
I worked very hard on that.
you know,
We got that
yeah.
down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regenerance, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I
Yeah.
got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take
Yeah.
months, and that improves people's lives. And I
Yeah.
think I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year,
Yep.
and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
Elon, just
So
getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved
yeah,
where you can
yeah,
you basically you look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability, the country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
yeah,
Okay. And as you know, we got it
yeah,
done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58
yeah,
years. And it sounds simple, but it wasn't because of, the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
sure,
Somebody you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it. But if you
yeah,
do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People,
right,
if they had money, they go to
yeah,
Asia, they go
sure,
to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and
That's
die.
yeah.
terrible.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We
Um,
did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's
Peacock
really
is putting
something. But
out
you're right.
a original
Some people
trailer.
go to Europe because a drug
Right to
isn't
Try.
approved
You
here,
can
but
watch
it's
it on
approved in
Peacock.
Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would
yeah,
work. It's pretty crazy. You're
absolutely.
right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, I think just,
So
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
yeah,
nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy.
It's
It's
1.1
amazing how
million.
you can see that right away. What is the number? Wow. What is it?
well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people that
that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
It does say 67
well,
million
I
have
think actually
clicked
in terms of
back and
number of people
forth.
that will hear this conversation, over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds of
That's what they
millions.
say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an
Yeah.
honor. Yeah, I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it. And they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the
Yeah.
colleges over, I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Right.
all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden
Well,
migrant
yeah.
crime. Maybe I'll call it
Well,
Kamala migrant crime. But
She's
I mean, with all these
the
things, I
borders
always try to
are
like try to get to the ground of
borders
it
are
by just
crime.
asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, do have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, three of her friends in three separate
crazy.
incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just
They
know that
always get away.
nothing's gonna, and they don't even and they don't even bother reporting it because there's not they know that they're not going to people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York
The only
with
one that gets
zero bail.
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They don't get, they prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up
Oh, it's terrible.
if violent criminals are being getting off scot
Yep.
free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. Um, the legal system is supposed to be protecting the
That's right.
public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent,
Yeah.
and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool
Yeah.
with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could
Sure.
also be the other way
Of
though,
course.
because it could start the other way in areas where they hate
Exactly.
Democrats, and you get into a
Yep.
Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is
Yep.
losing. New York
Absolutely.
City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of
Yes.
justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So all of that stuff is important, but the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of
Yeah. I think there's
inflation.
I think there's a lot of
Right.
opportunity. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
And I just
I
want
think
to
I
I want to
think
congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets and
it's kind of you to say thank
well
you.
tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So
Yeah.
it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I
Well,
congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just to say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to
I
do a
think
lot
I
of
think that's a
things.
very real
Yeah,
risk.
it's a big
That's a
risk.
very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been I'm not like some they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries helping with the environment, and and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed in the wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself uh, historically a moderate Democrat, and but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and uh, I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left uh, administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. I mean, she was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this up. Um, that's how she was brought up. So, uh, and we just
She was raised
want
in
to have
Canada
a
majority
future
of
that
her
is
life. That's where she
prosperous,
went to school, all the
I
way
think we're
through
just at this
grade
critical
school.
juncture, and
And until her
and
parents
I think
moved
this is a case of
to
the
California is when she started going to
America
college there.
is going to at a fork in the road, and
It's true.
and
I
I
mean,
think
her
it will
mom
take
was on a
it will take
visa when
the
she was
path
born,
like
and
you are
her
the path
visa
to
expired.
prosperity, and I think Kamala is
She's
the
not even a
opposite.
legal citizen in the United States.
That's
How
my
can
honest
she
opinion.
run for
I'm
president?
gonna get attacked like crazy, and
I want to know.
I've also
How can
experienced
she
quite a
run
bit of
for
lawfare
president
myself,
if
and
she's not
but
legally
I'm just trying to
a
tell people my
citizen?
honest opinion, and I haven't
Unless
been active in
when she
active
was
in
a
politics
DA,
before, and I'm just
they
trying to
put
point
her
out that my
in for
track record
replacement,
historically has
but
been
she's got to
moderate, if
be
not moderate, slightly
born
left,
in the
and
country
so
to
this is
be
to
able
people
to
out there
run.
who are in the moderate camp
She
to
can run
say
for
I
Senate
think you
all she
should
wants.
support
She can't be a
Donald Trump for
president.
president. And I
She
think it's
shouldn't
actually a
be
very important
a
junction in the
vice
road,
president.
and we're in deep trouble if they don't, if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And,
It's
I
another
actually always
Obama,
did think of you as
right?
somewhat
Another
left. I must
Obama.
say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an
Well,
honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at
Yeah.
us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take
Yeah.
them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's
Common sense has
I
been
mean,
thrown out the
would you
door a
agree
long
with that?
time ago.
100%. I don't understand, the whole, they call it progressive. They
It's
don't
when
like the word
Barack
liberal
Obama
anymore,
took
but call
out
it
the
liberal or
ruling
progressive.
to keep
I don't
propaganda out
understand how
of
somebody could
the
say that it's
news
okay
and
for them to empty
media
prisons into our
to
country.
allow
And
propaganda
again,
to
I told you
happen,
their crime rates
Definitely
all
not
over
to
the
okay.
world are
lie to
going
the
way down,
population, to
which makes
lie
sense.
to
In fact, the
U.S.
next time
people.
what we'll do is if
Thanks to
something
Obama.
happens with this election, which would
Appreciate
be
it,
a
buddy.
horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go. You and I will go, and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rates coming down, and our crime rates going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated, and they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their
Yeah.
job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes. and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA, doesn't prosecute, and that's let the guy out.
Right.
Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life uh, to arrest a violent felon
Well, even worse,
if
Elon,
nothing's going to happen?
even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his
Yeah.
job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it
Or
was very
she.
telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York, and and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how, I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? What that how can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything.
You know?
We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you
Yeah,
had about six
yeah,
of
yeah.
these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They
Yes.
would be shot instantly. And they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own
Yeah,
country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness, and it's such a sad,
yeah. It's
it's
just
such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you
we
have
yeah
crime,
we
by the way,
yeah
because we don't do anything about
yeah
it.
yeah. We just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is
Well, we're going to
unacceptable.
change it,
Um,
and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries, so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept
yeah,
it.
it's
And you know what happened? They all called me,
yeah,
every
yeah,
one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, the MS-13 is probably
yeah,
the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for
yeah,
Obama. They
yeah.
wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah, yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have uh whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either. Not just illegals. So that if you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get
That's
incarcerated,
right.
because they will obviously, by definition, continue uh, to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for
Right.
people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to uh, hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of
There you
empathy
go.
for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for
That's right.
criminals.
And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people, and we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to where, because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys, and they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So it's. I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need this. I'm
I,
like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice
yeah.
life. I didn't need to go
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the
Sure.
same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. This was, but I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're
Yeah,
going to
it's
stop
horrible. Like
crime,
the
and
facts speak for themselves. The
it's so
facts
incredible.
speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of
That's
cities
right.
because they know nothing is going to happen. Um, that's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and
Right.
so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now. And but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think um, and so I mean that's uh, why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I
So
appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations, and we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore, and you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out
yeah,
and do it, and they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they
yeah,
literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're
yeah.
going to do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned, and I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I
Yeah.
know everybody. and I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice, otherwise we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. Has been, to me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people. A great inspiration, and I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up, and I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election, and I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if
Yeah.
we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think
Wow.
that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you
Sure.
got a
Yeah.
I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Well, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. All right, let's get our first game. Do some camo grinding. You do the Mars. The Mars. The Mars sniper. I'm not looking forward to it. I ain't gonna lie. Like, not looking forward to it at all. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna give it a shot. Let's see how this camo grind goes for this sniper. I am not looking forward to it, but let's see how it goes. I just did the Car 98. It wasn't too bad, but I got it done. Now we're at the Mars. Let's see how that goes. I'm literally only in here with a one-shot pump machine right here. We got this. All right, I need... I gotta have 4 perks. I chose Tombstone, Deadshot Daiquiri, Stamina, and Speed Collab. Okay. What did he drop? Nothing. I gotta get away from these guys. Alright, what is it? 250 kills. 250 kills of perks. 50 mercenaries. Kills of enemies affected by your tactical. Oh, like a... Okay, like... a decoy or a monkey bomb. Something like that. I think so. Okay. Okay. It's not bad. Not bad. Let me grab ammo real quick. So it's 90 rounds total. It does make a blast. Like, I'd hate to be get hit by it. You know what I mean? Somebody's doing like the Scorcher glitch. That's why there's red going all over the screen. Where's my teammates? Oh, there they are. You can literally just hip fire this thing. No problem. Like, just took out both those right there. No problem. Too easy. Oh, I need to go there. Heck yeah. Why didn't you tell me y'all were doing that? You guys on mics or what? I need to kill some mercenaries. It's pack 1 and pack 2. Let's see how it goes. Pack 1 and tier 2. I'm almost there. Get some mercenaries with this, hopefully. I was thinking about just going to campsites and stuff. Some mercs right here. Ooh, too easy. Let's go. Oh, I got you, bro. I got you. I'll pick you up. As long as they don't shoot me, I'm good. What are you guys doing? I gotta get you one up. I have a self-rise. Let's just not waste your selfies. These are bots. Come on, guys. You're lucky I came. Dude, oh my goodness. What the heck? That is crazy. Dude, shoot this guy. What are you doing to me, man? Give me up, bro. Give me up, bro. Got him? Focus on what you're doing. Only one of us can do this thing. Cover me while I do it. Oh, you already got it. Good shit. Oh, it's not accurate at all, but hey, we got this. Shot right through that. Like it was nothing. Excuse me? Nothing. Should be it. There's one more over here. What was that? 10 mercenaries? Yeah, 10 mercenaries. Out of that? That's not bad. 10 of them? With a sniper? Too easy. I'll take it. Hey, you need this, bro. Come here. Come here, Blue. Blue, come here. You're probably gonna buy a 3-plate, but that at least gives you an extra plate. Yeah. That gives you an extra plate. I'm almost be able to pack a punch too on this. Like it. Where's tier 2 zombies? I don't see one. I need one. Okay. I'll take it. This tier 2 zombie. Dude, this thing is destroying them. It's like shooting a cannon. I've never brought the zombies at all once. I'm not a big fan of the sniper. A lot of people like the sniper. I'm not a fan. This is pack 1. And it's doing pretty good. Pack 1. Just think if it was pack 2. With the better rarity, a better ether tool. This is a rare ether tool. This is not that great. It's better than the ray gun. I can say that. It just knocks them down. This isn't light armor. Oh, even behind me it knocked them down. Dude, just from behind me it knocked them down. That's insane. This is gonna be fun. I ain't gonna lie. Like, pretty enjoyable. Sir, excuse me. It's like a 50 cal round. If it came at your head, it'd blow right off. Don't even have to hit you. Ooh, it's insta. Good to insta. Oh, I hear somebody. Bye. Gotta get to that contract. They're over here. On my way. It looks like you get your disciple. This thing is insane. This is better than the rocket launcher. I ain't gonna lie. Like, RPK is broken in here. This is broken too. You can shoot more rounds with RPK. That's why it's extremely broken. But this is pretty dang crazy. Like, where's the mango? Where's the mango? Come here, buddy. Can't see you. There we go. There we go. About to take me down. Oh, he took me down. Ain't that broken. Need this pack a bunch too, for sure. If we can get pack 2 on this, this would be insane. Reload. Come on. Reload. Reload. Come on. Come on. Oh, am I too far? You want to shoot me with your rocket? Next EO6, you'd be able to use this thing. You can be a mango. You know what I mean? My screen looks what? Oh. I'm testing colors. You don't not like it? Look at these guys. different. I thought it was the game. No, it's my. I got game filters that are on my NVIDIA graphics card. Just trying to make the game brighter. That's all I was trying to do. Alright, where's the pack at? Perfect. Let's go pack a bunch of this thing. Let's see what it does. I'm gonna grab that too. Perk. But I think it's inside. It is. We'll get it. Thank you. Flopper would have been great right there. Keep me from taking so much damage. Anything good in that box? Oh, I'll take that. Thank you. Actually, give me that. I need those back. I need those for the affected part. Is different good or bad? I said it's different. Is different good or bad? I wanna know. We're gonna find some gas, maybe? Oh, that was crazy. Hey, does this bro need a... Does he need a backpack? Who is it, blue? Who needs a backpack? Anybody? Large backpack? Is he taking the bridge? Is that what he's doing? Here, take this. Do you need that? Large backpack? Okay, cool. I knew somebody needed it. I'm gonna go to this camp real quick. I need to get some mercs. I need to get some mercenaries. Yeah, don't kill them all. I need them. Unless you need them. They haven't cleared it yet. Is he on the roof? No, it's cleared now. You stuck, bro? You remember that Austin Powers movie? Trying to get through the hallway. That was like an Austin Powers moment right there. I'm confused if he knows where he's going. Oh, he's gonna go over there. Some more marks. I'm down with it. I'm down with it. Want me to drive? Because I think you're destroying yourself. Yeah, baby. Yeah, it's Rondi, baby. Goofy, baby. Yeah. Uh-oh. Lost me. You lost me. Slowpoke over here. This thing's really big. It's heavy. Got a really long one here. Come on, get him. Get the kill. Get that cow. You have a key card or what? Sure hope so. We just went to the campsite. Anybody pick it up? No! Sniper down! That was a pretty easy one. Ain't gonna lie. Anything good? Dude, I am shooting him out of the helo. That was insane. That was crazy. That was crazy. Where's the other helo at, bro? That's one way to do it right there, huh? Like, what is that? His ammo pouch floating in the air? You're like, yeah, we're not sending any more troops there. He's got hacks. What the heck? Bro's got hacks, man. Let's get this thing right here. I need 22 more. Take those. Thank you. Hey, what's up, bro? Bye. Ooh, where you at? Really? I wanted to fight one. With some mercs. Where you gonna put me? Oh, right there. Beautiful. Right down the hill. Love it. I can shoot. That'd be great. What the heck was that? Where am I getting shot from? Man down. Oh, there he is. Wow. That is insane. I ain't gonna lie. Like, that is legitimately crazy. Sniper to sniper, bro. Get out of here. I just need 9 more. Got loot. Nice. I saw another one right there. Hey, there's a durable. You can get the durable? Durable gas mask. Very important. Like, for real. No? You don't want it? If it was me, I'd be picking up that durb. I'd be picking up that durb for sure. I just need some more mercenaries. Maybe they'll want to do a ground defense. Any bad signal? You didn't complete it? What happened? Did you get like lagged out or something? Where's the campsite out? There's a camp right here. Beautiful. Like it. Love it. Want some more of it. This is not fair. These zombies is not fair. Not fair to run around with this freaking war sniper. Take one of those, honestly. No, there's this thing. This will work. Shoot the ground, take him out. Perfect. Honestly, that's legit. Oh, these guys are going up there. Shit, I'll go with them. I got self-rise. They're gonna need some help in here. You guys are gonna need some help for sure in here. Yeah, he's got any plates? Need plates. Need a plate. No plate. Ooh, I need that. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm coming. Don't worry. Just wanted a plate. They closed up the area where you can go across from the building where you don't have to take the elevator. You just took the, you know, the pulley across the zip. And it sucks now. Like, honestly, I ain't gonna lie. Oh, nice plate. Love it. I'm literally just trying to take all the plates. She's over here. You gotta go this way to get her. You'll already knows. You gotta go down low. You gotta shoot her from down here. No, they closed it all off. Really? Alright, I got you. Oh. I gotta shoot that sentry gun. Chop her down. Chop it down, baby. How many more mercs? Just need 2 more mercs. Two more mercs. Where's she at? She's over here somewhere. She's running away. Get away. Reload, please. I don't have quick rise, so it's gonna take a minute. Where'd she go? Oh, you finished it. Nice. Love it. Good stuff. Good stuff, bro. Wonder Waffle case. Legendary ether tool. Love it. take it. Did I finish my mercs? No. I gotta go finish my mercs. I need 2 more. Dun, 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 dun. Uh-oh. Somebody's down. Get him up. Get him up. It should be complete. It is. It was 1 shot. I'm only shooting you because I want your plates. I need your plates. Thank you. I don't care to clear you. I just want your plates. But I will go up here and shoot you if I need to. So that's done. Affected. I need to do the affected. It's 100 affected. There's a thing over here. Is that working? Yeah, that's 4. That's a whole 4. They gave me 14. I mean, it's not bad. Only needed 100. 3 seconds. Alright, let's go get this bounty. Oh, our teammates doing that? I ain't doing that. I'm good. I just left that contract. I don't want to go into that rift and get sucked into it. I want to vote on it, but still I don't want to. I got other things I'm doing right now. I'd like to do it, but not with this thing. There's quite a few right here, honestly. That's 14. So all I have left is the affected ones. I've already done everything else, so I gotta do that. I'm gonna go back to this ammo point. There's a nest over here.
Like that unstable rift collapsed after teammate ingress.
What did they say? Unstable rift. It collapsed. Is that my fault? I hope not. I mean, this is a fun time. I ain't gonna lie. It's just not what I'm doing right now. It's 22. Not bad. It's 26. I need some more decoys. Where's an exfil at? There's an exfil there, but the reload station's so far away. Here, let's see if I can do this right here. Not enough. Not enough time. That was beautiful. I'm 31 now. I feel like I wasted that first decoy. Like, why would you do this to somebody with a sniper affected by decoy or affected by a tactical? Like, I just don't get it. This is completely messed up. That's 38. I was just at 5, but making pretty good timing. There's only 2 here. Make some noise. Attract some more zombies. It's 41. This is literally just staying on this road. Waiting for them to be attracted. We can go over here and see if we can just pick up some more, some stragglers. Get him over here. Almost 50. Almost. I mean, that just one shot to the ground took out 4 zombies. 51. It's not bad. Look, more zombies. Got 3 over here and 2 over here. That's 5. All right, get on the tactical. Get on the tactical. It's 56. Let me find another area. I mean, that's really not far, but it's kind of, it's annoying to go back and forth. Let's see if some of them over here. Could always do a mission like that one right there. Here, I'll just bring these guys. Come on. Come on. Come on. There now. There now. There now. There now. There now. There now. We got a runner. We got a runner. We got a track star. That's 60. Seriously, it's already that time? Alright. Alright, no, heading over there. I didn't realize that was there. Alright, no big deal. No big deal. Maybe 71 right there. Where's this storm at? Tier 3. Reload, man. Goodness gracious. They put me at 85. There's another ammo thing over here. See if I can get a group of them just running at me. Got quite a few. $90. That's not bad. Forget that. I'm gonna take this. There's an ammo thing right here. No, 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 no. Damn it. Come on, chase me. Chase me, baby. 5 more. Just need 5 more. Chase my baby. There's 5 right here. Complete. Means gold's complete. Alright, we can exfil. There's no reason to rush on this exfil. You don't have to get out at the same time as like the 0. You get it for 15 minutes to exfil. See the zone? It's still coming in. It's slow. It's slow. Gotcha. Goodness gracious. Stay on. Stay on. You got this. You got this. Let's go. All I got left is pack-a-punch weapons on this. Pack-a-punch. And then kill 10 elites. That's not bad. I just lost my cashmeres. Oh well. Oh well. Forgot about that. I was doing decoys. No big deal. Ain't no thing. I'm gonna ching away. Why am I not connected? That's why. Weird. Still sitting there chilling. Do I want to do these or not? I mean, I can. It's gonna take a minute. It's not that bad. I guess I can. That's fine. That's fine. Ain't no thing to the chicken wing. Bill Keys is playing zombies. Is he? Try to pull him up. I'm sure he's live. Let's look. He's solo grinding it.
Do you want a swipe file of done for you?
Freaking ads.
Oye, watch your step. Your HVT can probably smell you coming by now.
Good.
I see it.
What's up, bro? Yeah, well, I'm just trying to. Yeah, I'm just getting it in. It was the end of the night. Wow, bunch of shit I don't want. Yeah, it was the last 30 minutes of the stream. I got a win earlier with some randoms. That was pretty good. So, just gonna kind of do what I got to do. I really want to try some disciples, but it ain't really easy. But yeah, it was pretty cool. We'll see what we're gonna do. Oh, I gotta activate this. So let me do this. You know what? I might. Come on, let's bump him.
Well, at least we know what he's doing. He's playing little zombies. Little Bill Keys playing zombies. Let's let me see. Like, do I like this or not? Let's see. Alt Z, game filter. What if I take off just color? Like, what if I take it off? Yeah, it looks. Let's see if it looks better on stream. Let's close that. See if it looks better. Oh, that's far behind. Yeah, I guess it's better. I can work with it, I guess. Alright. Let's go finish the moors on the camel grind. Let's see. That looks better. I like that. Alright, I gotta get 300 pack-a-punch kills with 10 elites. What's up, bro? How you doing? How you doing? But that Donald Trump and Elon Musk, I wouldn't call it an interview. I would call it two dudes just talking to each other about issues that they see as an issue. And it's basically Elon Musk declaring that he is for Trump, because they put it out in the news that Elon Musk is not for Trump, but he is. So the news isn't always right. Alright. I don't really want to use that. I'll use this. I got it from last game. Works. Oh, you're going to tier 3 already? Let's go. Good stuff, bros. If I wasn't doing what I was doing, I'd be going with you. How did I miss that? How did I miss it? That is so crazy. I didn't put a lethal on? Oh, good. This is different with the, it feels different with the legendary. I ain't gonna lie. A lot different. You gonna shoot me, bro? Come on. Seriously? You wanna be that guy? I ain't clear yet. Where's the guy? Is he on the roof? He's up front. Goodbye. Let's try this again. Alt Z. That's cool. They can battle out all they want. What the heck? Alt Z. Instant replay, record. I'm about to get down. About to get down. Messing with stuff. I don't know what I did to my stuff, but I'll have to fix it.
Extraction zone.
Ooh, there is one here, but I'm only pack one.
I'll get us there.
I got 43 out of 300. 257 more to go. Reload. Containment levels 500. All right, that was cool. Thank you. That's how glitched this camo is. The Halloween camo from DMZ. It's all glitched out. Be happy to get rid of this gun. Oh, I wonder if this still works. I don't know. Where's the Stormcrawler at? Don't see you. Used to be able to drive through that and the Stormcrawler would follow you, come outside, and it would breathe air, like fresh air, and it would die. And it would drop all the rewards, and you wouldn't even have to shoot. It was awesome. They fixed it. All the good stuff they always fix. Like spamming exfils and zombies appear. You get 2, 3, 4, 500 of them, and then they nerf them. Like, why? Everybody was grinding weapons. Like, they just wanted the camo, and you just took that. You took that away. Like, oh, it's lagging our servers. Upgrade your server, bro. Upgrade that server, bro. I'm trying to complete all base camos. It was 1,020. I'm sitting at 920. I need 100 more camos. So take 100 divided by 4. Tells you how many weapons are left. A lot. A lot. I don't have tombstone or nothing. I'm special. I'll tell you what. I mean, how many times you can get a sniper to shoot the ground and it literally takes them out? You know what I mean? It's crazy. This is gonna be kind of quick. I ain't lying. It's gonna be quick. This is kind of broken. In tier 1 anyway. Yeah, I'm just shooting the ground. It kills him. Reload, please. Can't shoot unless you reload. Well, I hope that one guy Xville. 165, and it was just at 80 right before I came here. That's pretty crazy. That's like a double, almost. Pretty close. It is double. That's insane. You need less than 100. Less than 150 anyway. Just doing that infested. If I see a Casmer on the ground, I need to pick it up. What sucks is you can't get count for these mangoes whenever you still have to finish your 300. Like, you should still get count. It should count. It used to count. It doesn't count anymore. You have to finish one camo before you finish the other, but when you do the base camos, it counts. This is all, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it really should count. This just takes no skill. It's just you have to just go do it. I mean, I'm not having to aim or nothing. Just hit the ground. You want more Borealis on your Morse? You don't want to get Interstellar, and you just want to get Borealis? Too easy. Too easy. He's up here on the top. This is like a cheat code. Like old games, you cheat codes. Love it. Crazy. The guy in here, finish it. Is there an ammo thing around here? It's way over there. Over here. Where's it at? Where's the staircase? Am I missing something? Over here. There you go. Help you out, buddy. I'm 44 away. I can unlock serpentine, serpentite, whatever you want to call it. Reload. So broken. Yeah, I just finished it. Literally just finished it. There's one. 9 more to go. Nice, here's another one. At least give me 2 this round. I think it was 4. That's 4 so far. Like that came on this one expo. This is gonna be pretty quick. Oh, -5. Look at that. Gave me 3. Yep, 3. Nice. There's a lot on this one exfil. Nice. Never have an ammo problem, never have a plate problem. It's all right here. It was a nice vehicle, bro. Just need 7 more. Probably 1 or 2 exfils in there. We got this. Honestly, this is easier than the damn Car 98. Like, honestly. That's 5. Six. What are you guys doing? All lobby on. Only 4 more to go. Where you at, big guy? Here, one. Three more. Two more. Damn it. I can get this one, be one more. One more. Nice. Would have been all of them if that guy didn't kill that one. That was on the other side of the kilo, and I heard it in the last second. No big deal. No big deal. This thing will be done. I gotta do it in multiplayer. Got one more camo to complete in multiplayer with it. Kills shortly after ADSing or something like that. Basically a quick scope. I'm gonna set it up like this one because actually this is pretty nice. The quick scope. What's up, buddy? What's good, bro? Is our kill your teammate, bro? Huh? Is that your teammate? Just need one more. One more big guy. Show yourself, bro. Here, one. Thank you. I am done now. Camel grind is done on this one. They're all yours, brother. This thing's so powerful. Got a no scope right there, baby. Alright, this one's done. What's next? I think I'm done with all the snipers. Just have to do all these new weapons. weekly challenge. That's cool. You got any handguns to do? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I've done them all. I think the Renetti was from the beginning. Yeah, that's done. Just change it. Let's see. Yeah, I think I have them all. I think what it is these damn melees. Ooh, it's this launcher. I don't have it. I don't have any of them. It's just really. I'm gonna do this. It's only 250 kills. Let's give it a shot. Really don't want to do this, but I will. I got a pack-a-punch crystal and I got a ether tool. That works. I can't believe I'm about to do this. That's one of the camos. I'm not gonna grind all the rest of them. I'm just gonna do the base camo on it. That's it. I'm gonna do the other ones. Just gotta get that base done. Then I'll come in with like 2 melees and just start chopping them up. I think there's like 1 or 2 melees left. I gotta get done. I did all the MW2 weapons. I did them all, I believe. Pretty sure. Still can't believe I'm coming in here with this thing. Get 250 kills with this electric launcher. Maybe I should have checked the attachment. I don't know. It's too late now. Can't believe I'm about to use this thing. Horrible looking. Do you think it'd be good the way it's shaped? It's not. Let's see how it does on the first zombie. Let's see how torturing this is gonna be. It's not bad. Definitely gotta stay in tier 1. It's not too bad. Maybe you shoot the ground with it. I didn't attach it to. How am I gonna know? I didn't. Oh wait. I don't know how I'm gonna know.
What kind of contracts y'all want to do?
Oh, I'm not doing a contract right this game. Sorry, I'm a terrible teammate. Wow, what you got going on?
Finishing up that event thing.
Oh, the event? Okay. Looks like you and I completed. We completed all the hack missions.
Yeah.
I told myself I'm gonna try to get all these base camos done before the next game. And I brought that, you know, that launcher that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using it right now. It's horrible.
That.
It's only 250 kills, but still. I guess it has infinite ammo. You don't have to reload it. So, not
Oh,
bad.
that's crazy though. You don't have to like reload it. It just recharges. Or
It just recharges or something. Yeah. I guess Elon Musk, he created it. You know, energy efficient, environmental safe. Kills zombies though. You know what I mean? It actually does kill zombies. I only have a rare packet punch, or a packet punch one with a rarity on it. Not bad.
I'm bad.
Who is that?
Who is that?
Alright. Sorry, Skyline. You just got muted.
where are these fucking zombies running to? They're not even coming to me.
You got gold plates, bro. They're like, oh, he's got gold plates, man. He's savage. Run away. Run away. Just run away.
Oh, they're not saying that no more. They're not saying that no more.
I mean, if I had better weapons, I'd be going in there getting the legendary ether tools and tier 3, doing contracts. You know. I ain't got that. And I forgot to.
Done the ritual thing.
What you talking about, ritual thing?
For like the different seasons.
Am I missing something I haven't done? You talking about this thing up here?
You gotta do. Moving this way. Yeah.
Yeah, I've already done all that. I don't know, this is actually not bad. Ain't gonna lie. Especially since you don't have to reload that thing. Like, it's not bad. I'm gonna get stuck though. Don't get stuck, bro. Dude, get the fuck out of there before I die. Holy shit. I got a self-rise, but jeez. Oh, extra self-rise. I like it. Not too worried anymore.
You're green, right?
Yeah, I'm the one with the mag on. Make America great again. Well, now it's Kamala Harris.
Fuck shit up too. Fuck it up more.
She'll be worse. Everybody's like, she's young. Is that what we need? No.
That's not what we need.
You're crazy. You see what she did to California? Like, come on.
Yeah,
Border.
That track record doesn't speak. Doesn't.
No. I mean, the Supreme Court had to release 1,000 of her incarcerated people, and that overturned like 10,000 freaking rulings that she did. They had to investigate everything on her. It's back over here again. Why is there only one exfil? That's so annoying. Oh, there's one right here. All right, cool. I forgot to freaking add the camo to my stuff so I know how many kills I have.
Don't you gotta exfil with it first?
No. No, I mean, I'm not gonna do... You can get the gold. You can get the gold and that's when you exfil, but I'm not gonna do Oriel Atlas on it. I'm just trying to get the base camo on this one. This one's already a pain in the butt. I even have bioluminescence from MW3 or MW2. I grinded
Hey,
that.
Yellow, I got a cell for you.
I mean, yeah. He needs a 3-plate.
Give up.
Where's he? Where are you? Oh, you're not far from him. Yeah, he needs a 3-plate.
I can get you.
He's running around with a 1-plate.
Gotta get closer to you. Yeah, the zombies will leave you alone for a second.
Honestly, this is not bad. Not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Ooh, this tombstone, I'm gonna get that. You ready for round-based zombies, bro?
Shit, I don't know why they got rid of it in the first place.
Yeah. I think we're gonna do what they did last time and have like separate, like different maps. I think that's what they're gonna do. But yeah, I'm looking forward to like grinding to round 100, 300. Stuff like that. First time I did 300, like 100, it was like 6 hours it took just to even get to round 100. And you can pause the game. That's gonna be awesome. Be able to pause the game in zombies. That poor guy just keeps getting down.
Here's this.
Is he gonna pick it up? Oh, he's got a 2-plate at least.
Sometimes you can find a 3-plate in lockers.
Yeah, if you find those crystallized crates, I'll have them in there sometimes. Oh, you can get a jug out of those sometimes. You tell him to come over to me, I'll give him my 7K essence and he can buy a 3-plate. I don't care. I got him muted because he's echoing.
You know what we need to do? We need to go to a buy station, get a key card, and let's go take over the fucking mercenary stronghold.
He's got to kill.
Oh, that's for a mission.
He's got to kill cryo freeze zombies, and he's got to cryo freeze hellhounds. You got to do those in tier 2.
The zombie's just fucking chilling. Look, you see him just right here? He's just chilling.
He's on that chronic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to get some seeds so I can fucking grow some food. Tired of having to go to a fucking dealer.
Oh, you want to grow some?
So, yeah, I live in Texas, so not really yet.
Yeah, I'm in Texas too. Wow, mercenaries. Pretty strong for this thing.
They're not bad. They're just side.
Yeah, fuck that. Have fun with all that. This thing sucks on mercenaries. It's pretty good on zombies.
Go with me, bro. You gonna chill?
Throws zombies over. You ever use that Mars, the Moors sniper in here? That thing is broken.
Yeah.
It'll take a helicopter out in two bullets. Literally just shoot the ground. And it kills like 8 zombies. In tier 3. Well, at least tier 2 anyway.
All the way the fuck up.
Well, by the time I get over there, I should have at least 250. What's your containment level?
91 or 92.
I'm sitting at like 560 right now.
My highest is like 480 something.
Really? I just hit 500. I was like, damn, really?
I came in with some randoms, dude, and they fucking. We were trying to get them a 3-plate, and they dipped off once I went down. They never came back.
Oh, really?
I had to get somebody. Yeah, I had to get somebody else to come get me up. And they get me up. I try to add him as a friend and shit, right? I try to join the bar. But, you know, I fucking died.
Yeah, zombies is a different world, man. You don't know who you can trust. And that poor dude is struggling. Y'all are just in tier 2. Like that's nothing.
Hold on, Pesky. Oh, you shouldn't have used it yet.
Yo.
Yo, what's good, Tyler? What's good, bro? This thing is not bad. I would not use it as an everyday thing. It's not bad.
What good, gang?
Just chilling. Trying to do this camel grind.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Insta kill, nice. I think I gotta do Alias after this.
Oh, hell.
Who pinged that? I just got a free 3 plate after y'all bought one. That's funny.
I gotta go kill some zombies in the red zone.
Somebody's doing a contract over here.
Gotta go kill zombies. I don't know how many, but kill some.
That insta kill was nice for a minute.
Is this live?
Yeah. What's up, D? What's going on, bro?
Get the password? Now it looks like you'll need
Cool, just came up on my G'd.
On your
Feed.
feet, on your feed. Nice. Just running around with this electric rocket launcher. About to see how it does with a Mangler. It doesn't do anything. So I slow him down. It slows him down. He's like slow motion.
It's true.
It's crazy. I mean, I'll take it all day long. That's how you can kill a mango? I'm down. I mean, it's so nice you don't have to reload.
Damn, I thought I was watching Elon and Trump.
If you fast forward through, if you rewind the stream, you can watch it. They were just talking on a call. On X. It's on the same screen.
Cool.
It's just the first part of it. My audio was messed up. I had to like switch things up. Ooh. I will take that any day of the week. Thank you. Wish I knew how many. Freaking kills I got. I think I'm pretty sure I already got 250. We'll do this one final expo. Probably gonna expo. It was nice to meet you, bro.
Wow, that shit's scary what they were talking about.
Oh yeah. They were talking about all kinds of good stuff. Stuff that needed to be talked about, honestly. I think I got 250. I'm hoping I got 250 off of this. It's my fault for not doing the attachments. Or not attachment, attaching a camo so I can see the kills. Did you listen to it or what? What did it say? How many kills did I get? Did it say? Did it say? Did it say? I can't see it. Oh, there it is. It's like 300 or something. I completed it and got the gold camo. I'm not gonna do the 300. I'm good. I mean, you can get it. You can get it done. And I just
We
got
got
max
a
level.
BR win tonight.
You got a win on BR tonight? Nice. You can do it. You can get it done. I just don't want to. I'm good. Pretty sure I haven't got this one done yet. 250 kills. Switch this one, change. I got that one done. The sword I don't have done. I don't think I have this one done. No, I don't. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, let's just put a camo on it. And it's just kills. It's wait a minute. Get 250 kills. That's it. And it doesn't have to be pack-a-punch or nothing special. Right? So let's put this on. Check this real quick. And it's just get 250 kills. Doesn't have to be pack-a-punch. Alright, perfect. And then I'll bring this one in. So we get 250 kills for each one of them. Right? And I'll bring it, you know what, screw it. I'll just pack it. I'll just bring in one crystal here, and I got enough money to buy pack-a-punch for one of them. And I don't know why. I crafted that. I got plenty of them right here. Whatever. It's not a big deal. So let's rock and roll. Let's see who's on real quick. Is that main mini? He's probably getting off. She's probably getting off too. It's already like midnight. I'll wait a couple seconds and we'll just run it. Where am I at on camos anyway? Let's see. In all camos, I am at 927 out of 100 or 1022. This is going to give me a 929. Slowly but surely, getting it done. I have the sword after this. Just gonna get 500 kills. Not bad. I drink so much water doing this. It's insane. They're chatty tonight. Play Resurgence. I'm playing Resurgence, my last game. I'm sure you're getting out tonight, right? Oh, what am I doing? Wasted that. What is this? There's a large backpack right here. Anybody need it? Where's Blue at? Either way, I'm gonna ping it. It's right here. Large backpack. Running around with a hammer, just banging some papers. What are you doing in the ground for? Literally 8 kills. This is gonna be slow, but surely. At least you never run out of ammo. That's not bad. 31. Not bad. Excuse me, sir. Coming through. Is that it? 2 more here. Come on, let's go. That's 61. What? One blow? Okay. Okay. Power of Thor compels you. Seriously. You gotta be fast with it. You gotta be fast with her. You're going down. Is that 80? 83? Really? You blocked it? You blocked it. You blocked it again. Hey, thanks Disney for the host. Appreciate it. Just trying to get 250 melee kills per weapon. Got 2 of them left. Oh, don't go down. No, don't go down. That means I have to buy a self-rise. Maybe he'll finish that contract. Let's go buy one real quick. I'm not gonna be out here without a silver-rise. Holy jeebies. Ooh, I'll take Casimir. Thank you. Thank you. Give me some plates. Thank you. You have a good night too. Thanks for coming in and hosting. Back over here and hopefully not get down again. I'm gonna have to start doing contracts. I love this vehicle. Okay. Where am I at? 110 out of 250. I think the next one's gonna be even worse because it's in your hand. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it for sure. All right, that's 123 out of 250. The heck? Where you at? Oh, there's 2 of them? Alright, let's bring them over here. Get them in a conga line, because I don't want to get down again. Mangoes are down. It's literally one blow on a Mangalore, which is insane. Like that. My Casimir. What? That's hilarious. Oh, I gotta do that more often. That makes my night. Send them off. Look at how far they fly. That's insane. It's like doing a finishing move with a melee. Go solo, surely get them all done. All killed. 148 out of 250. Ooh, look at that. It just automatically lashed onto me like that. You don't want to swarm them like this. Not a good idea. Could break them up a little bit. Not a good way of getting your kills, but hey, they're not gonna down me in the process. And he scores! He's a home runner. Get off of me. How about the timing on it? That's hilarious. Goodness. This is crazy how far they fly. This thing even can hit somebody and it just goes clear across the football field. It's hilarious. Alright, 204, so 46 more to go. And then we have to do this thing. That's insane. He's using a self-rise. That dude needs a 3-point. I think if somebody came up to you and like hit you with a ginormous sledgehammer like this, it would not make your day. Almost there. 11 more. Three more. Your turn. Oh wow. Are you serious? Bringing this out for this guy. Not bad. I guess we go stay with him, go do some contracts. I'm getting bored with this.
Eyes on an enemy stronghold.
Definitely moving around faster. Get a rift in here? Nice. Take that for sure. Alright, let's do this. Shoot the things. Shoot the things on the wall. I'll get the zombies. Just shoot the things on the wall. Alright, come upstairs. Come on, come on. There's one here. One there. Come on, I'm about to lose my... I'm about to lose my gas mask. I ain't about to do that. Let me see. Where's the reload? Oh, he just finished it. Cool. Get out of here. A mimic with a knife. Let's go. Gotta find a ammo point. There's one right here.
Deadbolt actual to strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversion. Coming up in your AO. Stand by for pickup.
You guys didn't know you can go to ammo points and redo your gas mask? If you have a durable, you never need to lose it. I mean, they're only 4,000 in the tier 3 zone, but you can always keep it no matter what. Just pack a bunch of that right here. I'm gonna go pack this 2. Pack punch 2 on it. He was stronger. Because it did nothing to the manglers. Oh, ammo mod on it either, but it shouldn't matter. We'll see how it does here. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Just don't want to get caught up in a bunch like that. What's up, bro? Found you a blood burner? Unless there's a tier 2, actually, I'll do that. Run them over. There we go. pushing me around, dude. Don't run me over, man. Getting all miscombobulated. It works. Lagging right now. I think it's because of that bike. Can't drive for nothing. Thing's about to explode. There might be a rift over here we can take. Yeah, right here. Perfect. Perfect. I'm thinking like 3 or 4 exfils, and I'll have the 250. I mean, I already have a start. Should have at least 30, maybe 40. I don't know. We'll see. Got 3 plates and a blade. Nothing but a dream. Girl, go do something, man. Anything. Oh my god. Lock is gonna get me killed. Gonna get me killed. You know, bro? I'll see you on the other side. Take your bike. Thanks for the bike, bro. I got stuff to do right now. I ain't trying to play games for yourself. I love how you can just drive on the water. Oh, there's an exfil right here. Hell yeah. This guy doing that exfil? There's nobody on the one I was at the start. Yeah, he's doing that exfil. I'm gonna go to the one on the start. It's like the ultimate jet ski. It's amphibious. The fact that he found this is pretty rare in the game unless you bring your own key in. And if you bring your own key and you spawn your own dead runner, it glitches the people out. Only that one person can drive it. Kind of crazy. I mean, I hate to have to leave them, but I'm just trying to get these 250 kills. Got a cool bike out of it. That's better. This swing's better. It's longer. It's a longer reach. Instead of that. Yeah, it's a lot better. Alright, let's see how it goes. Somebody said give money for a rise. That's trolling. Oh, that's funny. Dude just wants a rise and you're like, give me some money. No, I didn't nuke him. I didn't know it was a nuke. This is like the worst knife. I ain't gonna lie, like I think it's pretty horrible. Like I'd rather use the sledgehammer again. And I wasn't a big fan. It was fun because you can like do this. That was hilarious. I get stuck and I want to. You get them bunched up like this, you get stuck. You're gonna have to like weed them off a little bit one at a time. Little groups. Kind of like that. Crazy. Anybody looking forward to Black Ops 6? Round-based zombies? Or just Season 5 Reloaded? Anybody? Anybody looking for some new content? Some new stuff? Wish I could see my my kills. Why am I flipping around? Like, I'm facing one way, and you made me go another way. That's what gets me killed. Let's see how many kills I have. I don't know. Hopefully I have enough. I know the sledgehammer's done. That's something. I mean, man, kind of want to go into tier 3 and just do some stuff with some randoms. Yep, camel grinds starting to irritate me a little bit. But hey, it is what it is. Let me see how many. If I got 500 kills, that'd be awesome. Did 580? So I might have done both of them. I don't know. We're about to find out. I completed one. Completed one. I didn't get that one done. This one right here, I don't think it's done. Let's see. You have to get it to level 4 before. Okay. You have to get it to level 4. Here, let's unequip that. Unequip that. Wait. Change this to this. What level is this? You gotta get, it's level 1. It's level 6. Alright. I'm gonna unequip this. And I'm just gonna bring this guy in. Swap this with that. Bring in that. Bring in that. And then one more. Joe, you're not. Okay. see if we can do this. Maybe we get some good randoms. We get some free legendary ether tools and crystals and stuff like that. That's the goal. I didn't realize I had to level up those melees. But at least we get the sledge done. Sledge is done, so that's not bad. That's not a big deal. You know?
Hey, thanks for the like, baby. Yeah.
Somebody's chat banned or something. He's not using a mic. These guys are level like 140s. Might be in there by myself. Maybe we get somebody in here and we team up with them. We'll see. I got one self. I might stop and buy another just to have two. It's always be safe. Safe than sorry. Oh, I'm not far. Nice. Like that.
Got a buy station here. Flanking here.
Seriously? That's why I don't like this bike sometimes. Is that up or down? Just down. Down. Any teams going in there? Doesn't look like it. Alright, can you just drive? So looking at the map. Alright. So give me 5k right off the bat. You just get you a self-rise. Now I can just drive on the water. Nobody's really heading to tier 3. Oh, there's one team heading right now. I'm gonna beat him. It's the race is on right here. Like for real. I love doing this thing. It's just gives you free ether tools. You don't have to use all your stuff all the time. It's easier when you have teammates. When you have teammates, this is so much quicker. Ooh, how many more I need? Goodness gracious. Should be pretty quick. Nobody's even in tier 3 with me. I'll be able to do them all. There we go. Perfect. This one's a little rougher. Be alright though. You just want to look at this and make sure that you get all the triangle all together. It turns it on. That insta kill came in clutch. Still nobody in tier 3. It's very surprising. Where's my bike at? Is it still here? Yeah. Where's my cashmere? I'll just buy one. I guess I dropped it. Nice. That's the way to do it right there. You guys want to do anything in this match? Oh, he's in here. Might as well, right? As long as they don't get it. Anything. Might be able to get you the epic ether tool off this mission. If you haven't unlocked it yet. Mega Abomination. I need all the perks. How many did I bring perks in? I can't remember. Yeah, I got a few perks. Mimic. Come on, buddy. There's no way. Are you kidding me right now? I have one. Damn plates are kicking my ass. One out of its area. You know what? Screw it. Freaking Mimic, really? I guess it's just easier when you have teammates in here. Running out of ammo though. It's all good. Made some money. Did a few contracts. Got some good loot. Tier 2 is so much easier. Bro, you got a mic? What do you say with contract? He might get picked up by those guys. I can't believe I was the only one in tier 3 this game. I was kind of hoping somebody was going to come in. I want to get all picked up. Because this guy, he's got 18K, 21 now. He can buy a 3-plate and a large backpack if you wanted to. There's only one buy station in tier 3. What is a mimic? I can't believe a mimic's not an elite zombie. It just don't make sense. Don't want that. Keep that or no? I might. Just gave up an extra selfie. Casimir, where'd it go? Perfect, I got one. Didn't have to go buy one. Beautiful. Love it. Screaming over here. Bangalore. Beautiful. That's perfect. That's right where I want to go anyway. I jumped right over him. Get on. I mean, this is a really cool zombies, but I'm ready for a round base. I ain't gonna lie. Totally ready for a round base. Some pretty dang good loot. 3 flawless crystals, 3 legendaries, 2 epics, and just a pack and punch one. Pretty good loot. Where's the freaking ammo at? Right here. I left team so I can get on the helo and I'll have to wait. And my containment's back up, so that's good. 571. That's pretty good. Not a bad run. Like, just to get good loot. That was a quick run. Really good loot. I could store some of it. I really wish the stash was bigger. Like, remember when the stash was broken? And you could put like 100 items in there? You can't do that anymore. You can only do like 20. I'm sure people still have like a ton of stuff in their stash, but not me. Not me. I wish I did. Alright, let me see gear wise. I can put 2 in here. That's it. That kind of sucks. But hey, it was free. It was free. But hey, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here for the Elon Musk president, president, future president, former president Trump. If you're a Trump supporter or if you're voting red, then that's awesome. If you're voting Kamala, it is what it is. It's your choice. But y'all take it easy. Stay safe. Stay tuned. And thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. If you haven't subscribed, you haven't followed, you're on YouTube or you're on Kick, please do so. That'd be awesome. Help me grow. Help me grow. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for being here. And y'all peace out. Yep, good night. Or morning. It's morning for me. Take it easy.